Eric Builds, we are back with another episode of Satisfactory, and I am super excited to be jumping back into things. We've done just a little bit of work on the factory off camera. We've started to play around with some different designs decoratively. I'm not necessarily signed off on this, but what I did, and I saw this on another stream, I forget where, but I've got the doorways lining the tops and bottoms so that when we're flying around with our jetpack, I can just zip in here and check on things. Now, if we take a look, the other minor thing that I did is I extended our iron smelting capabilities all the way down, and then I doubled it to the point where now I am able to handle a full 2 belts of iron ore coming in and bring that back over here in its iron ingot form and kind of pass that on down the factory into these other sections. So I've got lots of capabilities, lots of bandwidth to continue to bring our iron stuff out into the factory and get things built. And then the goal today is going to be to get nitrogen up and running. And that nitrogen is going to allow us to get into phase 4 manufacturing, or complete phase 4, I guess I should say. We're not currently making any of the components for phase 4. I've got most of the spaceship components from phase 3 stocked up into huge chests right now. So we're going to be able to knock that stuff out pretty quickly once we get the manufacturers set up. But most of these do require nitrogen, or at least a couple of them do. So I figured let's go ahead and get the nitrogen up and running first thing and figure out how we're going to bring that back logistically. I think it's going to be a train. And then we will move on with figuring out how we're going to set up the manufacturing. I do think it's going to be important for us to get the nitrogen going and bring that into the base, and then start with the manufacturing for the final item, and then work our way backwards to make sure that we've got all of the subcomponents being made properly. The stuff that we're getting into making is quite advanced though, and so we're going to have to figure out how we go about making sure we're building all the subcomponents of things in a way that we can expand, because it's those early game components that we tend to use a lot of in the later recipes. So I'm running out here. We had marked one of these nitrogen setups earlier, and I'm just heading on out here so that we can jump down there and get started on that. I don't know how this is going to go. I've never set this up before. We are going to figure it out live today on stream. And let me just pop out my chat window and bring it over to the other monitor so I have to keep cricking my neck looking up. It's never fun. Bring you right on down over here. There we go. So, whoops, I did not mean to push that button. We don't need to plummet to our deaths just yet, although we've got plenty of room on the parachute. I think there are some creatures walking around down here. These little bean things that always make life difficult. The ground's all cracked up here. Alright, let's see. I did put the resources in my inventory for a resource well, or rather, we have the resources for it. I'm trying to figure out where that's going to be. So I think we need this in the middle, and then we can build these around the outside. Must be placed on an activated fracking satellite node. Okay, so I do have to activate this thing. I'm going to go stand on top of it. I guess that means I'm going to have to run power over here. Luckily, we've got power brought down to our mining setup right over there. I'm just thinking about the fact that I can hear something down here. Yeah, that stuff is going to be problematic. I like how the natural wildlife doesn't like the spiders, but they get along with each other. So that's going to be a problem. I'm trying to figure out where my power line is down here. It doesn't look like I'm going to get a lot of time to figure that out. I'm going to slap down some foundations on the world grid over here, because no matter what I do, we're going to end up eventually bringing some stuff back. And so we will need a, train station or something here eventually. I guess, despite my desire to get away without killing everything, we're going to have to get busy. Okay, oh, I got the easy one. Ouch, ouch. Oh, I don't have the jump pack on, that's why I'm dying. Alright, DD. Alright, now I'm set. Oh boy. Oh, he jumped over it. I did not see that coming, folks. Oh my goodness. We are getting wrecked by this thing. Nope, I'm out of bullets. Let me see if I can hop up here where it's at least safer. There's still multiple of those spitter things down there. It's gonna keep throwing rocks at me, unfortunately. Okay, we got the big ugly. Now I can take out the little guys. Maybe. I don't feel like I did much hitting. Oh, there's another one of the big guys. Alright, he's dead. The radioactive level is on the rise here. Alright, let's see if I can pick this stuff up now. Oh, there's another one. Oh my goodness, they're everywhere. I've got one bullet left. I don't think that's quite gonna cut it, guys. Alright, let's do rifle ammo. I've got no rifle ammo. We've got some homing ammo left. Not enough to take this guy down is my guess. Yeah, not so much. Alright, well, we did not come prepared, apparently, folks. Let me see if I can hide from him right here for a moment. And we'll just put down the tower. Hold that in place. Shifty, shifty. Centered. And then up on the platform. Okay. I need to run this over here. And it's not going to reach all the way. So I'm going to just fly away from our problems. And see about getting this set up. Oh, he's still hitting me with a rocket, even from over here. Alright, I'm going to stop here for a moment and see if I can reach this without having to fly all the way over there. Perfect. I love the music. I feel like it's just a smidge too loud. Alright, put that into the background a little bit more. We didn't get enough forward momentum, so I'm gonna use this to sneak over there. Now that I've got power, though, I'm going to hook that up to here. And now that I've got pressure, I should be able to put down some of these things. Must be placed on an active tracking satellite node. Isn't that what happens when I turn the power on? Let's go look at this machine. Alright. Extractors connected. A whole bunch of them. Resource well potential is 1,200 meters. Hey, how you doing, Bionic? And we can overclock it. So this is definitely doing its thing now. Oh, there we go. Now I can put these down. Discovered the boombox last night, made the game feel completely different. Yeah, Tim, it is, it's funny how a little bit of music really helps things out a lot. I need to go and find some more of the different music tapes that are out in the world. I think I saw that there's one from Deep Rock Galactic, which would be pretty cool. Let's see. I'm trying to decide how I'm going to cover this in platforms so that I can bring our pipes back over here when I'm all done with stuff. Pretty sure that these are going to work like the mining nodes where I can put them down on top of the platforms. You know what? Maybe I don't care if my pipes are a little bit crooked until we get to the platform. Maybe I'm gonna just not do this in hindsight. Sometimes I like having the nice clean aesthetic of having the platforms go everywhere. And sometimes I think I like just running things the right way. So I'm gonna point them this way. Oh wow, there's a lot of these nodes. I don't know why I thought 5 was going to be enough at some point, but definitely not. And the great thing is that this is got 1,200 worth of potential. That means that we're going to get 2 full pipes worth of resources out of all of these nodes. Alright, so I put those on everywhere, and this says no power. Did I get rid of my power line at some point? I must have. My bad. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of these to sort out. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, I did get them all. This guy is, of course, going to be in my way, just to cause me grief, I know. Logistics, I just want to put this right here, pal, buddy. And I'm all lined up. I'm trying to think, how are we going to do this? There's so many of these to run. I'm gonna move it closer, and then I can pipe them in from the sides as well. I'm also going to get my handy dandy chainsaw out, clean up some of this stuff poking through. Bionic, I have been good. It's been kind of a busy season for us with the kids getting back into school activities and stuff. My youngest is on the student council this year, which means that we've been doing a lot of running around doing different things. For that, he's got to go to school early on certain days of the week, which has been kind of fun. And we just drove out and saw my oldest, who's in college, here this weekend. So I got to spend some time chatting with him. It's been it's been since we took him to college that we'd gotten to see him, so it was good to get out there and do a little bit. Spend some time, had a nice dinner. I need to make sure that I'm only bringing 5 of these over. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let me get back over here and recount that. Go away. Go away. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then over here, we're going to do the same thing. I'm going to bring all 5 out. And so we're going to just do a similar thing where I bring the pipe over first, and then I'm just gonna do a messy slap down some T's to join it all together. So that can come in here. And then actually, I'm just thinking about how this looks if I bring this one. Oh, it won't reach. Alright, well I was thinking I could bring that one in and then tee everything into it, but instead what I'll do is I'll bring this one to here, put that one there, and then I can bring this into there, and I'll just put this tee out here, and we'll bring that into there, and this into there. Now I should have tons of nitrogen gas, 120 per minute in each of these. So 5 would be 600 total. So our max flow rate should, in theory, by the time we get over here, get up to 600. I mean, we're not flowing anywhere right now, but we'll get there. And then I'm gonna need some fluid buffers and stuff here, probably, to store all this nitrogen so that when the train shows up, we can just fill it up real quick. I've never done a fluid transfer on trains. I guess technically this is supposed to represent gas in this form, nitrogen gas, but I think it just uses the same fluid mechanics as everything else here. So let me go to organization, and if we put in a nice industrial fluid buffer, let's think about this though. Where's our train gonna come from? Somewhere over this direction. And it's probably gonna have to come... Oh, actually, it might come through there. I wonder what height our train is gonna come in at. Maybe what we should do, before I build this, I'm thinking that the fluid buffer should be up on the platform next to the train. So we can put our pumps down here, pump it up, and then have it stored in that fluid buffer. With the gas, it goes up. Oh, it goes uphill by itself, so I'm not going to need to pump it. That'll be good. So yeah, we might not even have to worry about it. So let me then grab this doohickey. We're going to go up and we're going to run the train tracks through the valley and over here to get it out here, get in. Then we'll know what height we're coming in at, and we can build the station around that height. And then we'll either set up a second train, or we might even use the first train and have it kind of come back and forth. I have figured out how to do different stops a little bit since we set up our initial station. It doesn't look like it's going to be too hard, and we can add like an empty car and just put some space behind the in between the station and that extra car. I think we're going to figure it out here. But I think that's that river right over there that we're hooked up to, so getting the train over here shouldn't be a huge undertaking. I guess we'll find out. Luckily it's not that far, I guess is what I'm thinking. And we'll get this jetpack out for once we get over top of the base. The other thing I did off camera since Friday when we were streaming is I finished all the floors to the base. We've still got some foundations and stuff that I'll want to remove. That was a big jump I didn't think through. But the problem is that that jetpack doesn't work over here just yet because I haven't ran some power lines over here. But we are all floored up, and we'll be able to start running all that stuff throughout the factory, do a lot more building here soon. And so we've got a ton of foundation work done. I spent, I don't know, it was probably a good hour working on all the foundations and stuff. But having the production set up like we did I only ran out of iron plates once, and it wasn't that big of a deal for me to head back over and grab what we needed from our manufacturing setup. Now, I'm trying to remember if I need to turn, it's 3, and then I decided I only needed 1 in the corner in order to do it. So I'm going to have this turn to this way, and I am going to need the chainsaw. Oh, really? I'm not going to be able to cut this from up here? That's too bad. We'll have to come back and clean that stuff up after because I don't want to get too bogged down by it right now. And then this goes here. And I'm just running my tracks as we go so that I don't lose my jetpacking ability. Perfect. I'm getting better at estimating the size on this thing. Oops. If I hold control, it stays straight for me. Okay, come on. Let's get this out of the way. Oh, I'm holding control down. I'm like, why is this not working? Gotta remember, I've got to hold control for the railway, but not for the platforms. The platforms, it tries to let me overwrite them with a different type of platform. Now, I'm not going to be able to cut down these big trees, so I'm kind of watching to make sure I don't get too close to them here. I want to try to angle right between those two, so I'm trying to figure out how best to do the curve. I guess I'll just stay on my keeping everything locked to the world grid and doing 90-degree curves when we need to do a curve. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing, but it's very predictable, and then I can have things branch off of this as needed in different directions. So I'm going to turn now. So let's see, I need 2, 3, 2, 3, put 1 in the corner. I don't know how far I need to go that way though. Oh, we're going to have to come 1 more because of where I stopped on that side. That's all right. It won't be quite perfect. Yeah, I want to go this way. So 2, 3, and then I've got plenty of room to head off this way. So connect to there. Bring it to here, and then bring it to there. This is getting easy. Getting used to running this railway track finally. Now I'm looking at this, and we might have to go up ever so slightly. Looks like I might run right into the ground here. That's okay. I think I'm okay with where it's at. I'm gonna run a ramp 2. Kind of clips into the ground just a little bit there. I think I should back this up 1. So what we'll do is we'll get rid of that for a moment, and then if I put my ramp 2 here, then we're good to go. Do I need more than that, though, is my question. We're gonna get that chainsaw back out. We've got the chainsaw. We're gonna clear some of this brush and see how it looks. Nope, I'm about to get stomped or spat at. I don't have any bullets still. That was what we forgot to do when we went back to base. Alright, can you just not kill me for 30 seconds? I'll be out of your home shortly. Okay, he's not taking very kindly to the deforestation of his home. And I'm not sure I can blame him, but just cut me some slack, please. Alright, I think I can tolerate a little bit of grass on this thing. Oh my goodness. Heat of the inhaler. And let's go. Alright. Hopefully that doesn't continue to be a problem. Oh my goodness. Really, guy? You're not gonna just leave me alone? Now, how does this work? I should not do it like that. Okay. Hi. You guys are being obnoxious right now. Yeah, come on out here a ways. Oops, he didn't actually fall down there like I was hoping. I'll put it back. Alright, come on over here. Aha! One less pest to worry about. What I'm gonna try and do now, let's swap around here. We're gonna do two 1 meter rises instead. I think that's gonna work better for the train platform. And let's see how this goes. Maybe what I'll do is we'll even go up by a total of 3 instead. And then that will give me the distance I need to not have grass pointing through all my foundations. What do we think about that? I like it. Okay. Now, I'm going to bring this up to the edge of where we start to go up. And then I'm going to bring this up to the edge. I think that looks pretty good. It clips down just a little bit, but not in a bad enough way that it's really that noticeable. I think that's a lot better. I probably could have started it a little bit earlier and gotten a better angle, so maybe I'll do that. What happens if I bring this right up from there? Yeah, that looks better. We're gonna go with that. Continuing on, before we get wrecked any farther, I'm also wondering if at some point, instead of bringing that quartz back via the belt through the mountains, if we would hook up a train for that in the future. I'm not sure yet. It's not that far, and we've already got the belts running, so it's really not a priority for me right now. Oops. Stop. I'm trying to middle click. Alright, over here, I'm not sure how far away from the nitrogen we're going to get. One moment. All right, folks, sorry about that. My wife had some very important questions. Had to sort out real quick here. Let me see about getting the train station figured out here. I'm going to run 2 platforms either way. And we came out pretty darn close to this thing. I wasn't expecting to be quite this close to the train, or to the station from that distance. So I'm impressed, proud of myself for sorting that out. And let me put down a train station first. And I've learned my lesson. Oh no, I haven't learned my lesson. Let me get a little bit closer here. You got to charge me up, pal. It's not charging me up. Did we run out of power at the base and I missed it? No, okay. It's just being confused. Now, I've learned my lesson on placing this thing. Not only do I need to make sure I'm centering it, but if I recall, I need to bring it back 1 from whatever edge I think I'm lining it up to make all my stuff be in the middle. Now, I can't remember if I need to bring it back or push it forward. So I'm going to bring it back 1. And then we're going to put in a fluid freight platform. Actually, before we put that in, I'm just going to come over here. We're going to look at it. Yeah, that ended up perfectly centered for my output. My input is off to one side. Actually, I think that's fine. I'm not going to stress out about it too much. Now, my question is, what size of capacity do the fluid trains have? This thing stores 2,400. That's actually pretty good. I assume that a train car is going to store something like that. Let's go take a quick look here. This is a freight car. Depending on whether resources are liquid or solid, I have a 1,600 cubic meter capacity, and these things hold 2,400. So these hold more than 1 cart, but not enough for 2. We may end up adding more of these and running multiple back once we get going. However, for now, let's not worry about it too much. We're going to call this nitrogen depot. And then we're going to come down and run some pipes up here. Before we run the pipes, I think what I'm going to do is make this 1 wider on this side. That way I can run the pipes up through the hall floor. I got 1 too many foundations over there. All right, hands, go away, please. So I'm not going to be exporting anything. I'm trying to decide if it's really going to bug me that it's not centered on the thing. We're going to try not to let it bug me. And I'm going to put a logistics... I got a conveyor hole pole. There's my pipeline pole. Pipeline floor hole. Okay, stand in the middle. It's gonna go up the part right there, and then I'm going to take it out and run it into here, and then going down, I want to run a wall. I think I want a wall. Not that I need to connect anything to it, but at least it'll look better, and it'll help me visualize where this thing is lining up. Perfect. So I'm off by 1 platform here from where I thought I was. I'm going to bring 2 platforms up a little ways. And then we'll drop this all the way down, and I will get this pipe running up. Oh, we're actually a couple more up than I thought. All right, let's get rid of that. Let's bring this over 1. Hey, but the height worked out. Can't complain about that. So with 2 of these things here, these pipes, two full 600 pipes worth of stuff, I think I'm going to want to bring another fluid cart. We're going to bring both fluid carts over. I don't know that we're going to ever need this much nitrogen, but we might as well build it, right? Get it in place now. And then we'll see how it goes. So, is it rotated? It's rotated. There we go. Must be placed. Why am I having so much trouble with this? Oh, because I've got to get rid of the train tracking. I wish that the stations would snap onto the train tracks. That would be nice. Unfortunately, that is not how it works. Just making sure I'm lined up here. Perfect. And then we will bring another wall down for this one. All right. We are almost there. I can't wait to figure out what exactly I need to do to process all of this nitrogen, but that's a back at the base problem. This actually works out pretty well, having it center in that wall like so. And then down here, I can just have it elbow straight out. And this one will connect to there, and this one's going to connect to here. It might be ugly, but it's getting the job done. We can always come back out and make some of these facilities look a little prettier once we've got everything sorted. There we are. 2 pipes. They both look full. So, as you mentioned in the comments already, head lift not a problem for this. And then train settings unload. Now, I'm loading a train. This is full. Oh, it's not powered. That's why I was stressing out for a second there that it wasn't working. Ba-bum. I want to make sure that I get a power pole up here. Put it right on the corner of this thing. Oh, of course, the power's on the other side there. Maybe I'll run it around so that I don't have a wire going through the middle of where the train's gonna drive. It's one of those, oh no, things that I don't really have to do, but I kind of like when our factory looks nice. Oh, that is not what I wanted to do either. Alright, let me see if I can fix this. Where did that power pole go? It's down here somewhere. There we go. I said I didn't want it clipping through things and the wires clipping through. Oh well, we'll come up with a better way to do this once we finish building everything. I've got a train station now, nitrogen depot, and we are now starting to get the gas coming in. We're filling at 600 cubic meters per minute on both of these stations, correct? Yes. All right, so we're gonna have a whole bunch of gas soon. And what that means is that when our train comes in, since it's the same freight cars that we use for the iron and the copper, I think we can use the same train and just have another destination depot. And so it'll do like a rundown to do iron and copper, then it'll come out here and get nitrogen, take it back, and just always dump and go the other way and have kind of a loop set up like that. That's my thinking right now. Let me come into the map, though. And now that I've got a train station there that I'm going to be able to find, I'm going to not only stop highlighting, I'm going to remove this stamp altogether. Get it out of here. And we'll see how this goes. Now, this is a lot. That's a lot of nitrogen. Excited. Let's get back to base now and put the other station in back at the base so that we can run the train back and forth. Now, I'm thinking about my plan here. We're going to have to make sure that I can process as much nitrogen as I'm bringing back. Otherwise, we'll have a problem where I'm still full on nitrogen when we get back to the base, and I won't be able to dump it all before the train continues on to the next destination to do a different material. So I got to make sure that we can handle this insane amount of nitrogen that we're about to start bringing back to the base. So we will have to also look at what we do with nitrogen, I guess, next. Or just set up a second train. We could set up a second train for the short term that's just going back and forth. We've got the power to handle it. But I do like efficiency when I can. Now, can I cut down these trees on the way by here? I should have enough height to get under here. Can I do it while I'm in the air? Maybe not. Oh, I can do it from down here. There we go. That's looking a little better. We're just slow rolling it back to the base. Oh, and it wouldn't actually work the way that I'm thinking. Well, it would. If I had a fluid station here. Yeah, this will work. Okay, so let's think. If we are going to be processing nitrogen, what does the nitrogen gas get turned into? Nitrogen gas, I can package it, or I can use it straight up for cooling systems. Fused modular frames, which is what I'm trying to build right now. But I'd only use 37.5 per minute. Or if I was doing cooling systems, I got an alternate cooling device here. I could use 60 per minute on that. Or 150 minute. Well, we wouldn't do that. Plus that requires water. I don't want to monkey with water. So this system's right out. This one's so much better. I've got lots of these alternate recipes that we've unlocked over the playthrough here. So at 37.5, try to think about what that looks like as we multiply it out. So 4 would be 150. Oops. So 8 would be 300. So much nitrogen because I'm gonna need to use 600 a minute if I'm only bringing back one of these tanks. Okay, well, let's get a station set up here at least. Yeah, if we're bringing it back from over there, I guess this station would go the other way, technically, but I wonder, I'm wondering out loud here. Did I offset this, or are all these crooked right now? All these are crooked. Okay, well, we're not going to make the next one crooked too. So I'm going to offset this one back. We're going to fix this station eventually. And I'm going to put in our 2 fluid platforms. Which means what we're going to need to do is, I think I can split the train to go multiple directions, or the tracks. So if I come over here and we grab this, and instead of going that way, we go over here. I think that'll work, and then that puts in this little switch thing here, which when I'm coming from this side, I'm going to turn to the left, it says. Yeah, that's what I want. But when I'm coming in from the other side, I can come in either way. And then this can loop around our entire basement area. Just trying to think about how that would work. I don't want to waste a lot of space down here. I've got, 2 lanes over there that I could be using, but I think if I bring this down this way instead, I can loop around the outside, sort of. Oh, we don't want to deal with all that stuff. Hang on. In hindsight... Oops. Okay. Stop it. In hindsight, let's just take this straight through, because then I don't have to worry about all those things. I don't know how many stations I'm going to need. We may have regrets about doing this, but I can always address those regrets later. And if I just bring the rail station straight out this way, we can loop around easier without dealing with all the shenanigans. I just want to make sure this is set up. It's going to go to the left. Okay. Let's do this. And then I just swing back around and into that line on this side, and then I'll create branches for each of the stations. And then we'll have this whole what kind of train yard setup going. I don't know why I lost my power there. Is what it is. There, my power's put back. Oops. Alright. So, we keep losing the power. The plan for starting off here is to bring this all the way down to this end. And then I'm going to loop it into the main line here. Whoops, I stopped one section too short. Let me actually bring this further. This, and then this loops right into here. I am going to need to tear down my line to do this the right way, I think. It goes like this. And this goes to there. Railroad Tycoon. And then, but this won't, oh, there we go. Okay. So this is saying if I come out on this side, which way do I go? I think it's this way. Yeah. I always exit the base that way. This loop only comes in this way. So, like, if I'm then putting a station in here, and a train coming in from that way wants to get there, he's going to go straight, he's going to loop around, and then come into it. I think I'm okay with that. Oh, this isn't going to line up all pretty because I didn't center it on a set of tracks, though. I was going to say, I think I'm okay with that, but I'm not. I think for planning purposes, I'm going to move this train station over. I think it's going to be so much easier to think about if we do that. So let's do it. That's going to go one back. One over that way. And let me get 2 fluid freight platforms. I guess if I do that, that leaves me enough room to unload my fluids on this side, in between the two. So we'll do that. I'm okay with that. It looks okay, I think. And then let me get the railway bring it back here a ways. It's centered, right? Yep, looking good. And then I just need to line this up like so. And then line this one up. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix the tracks. Okay. Learning lessons here. It's easier to set up all the tracks, or all the curbs first, and then we can run the connections together. Okay, if somebody does come down this way. Oh. I wonder if it's gonna automatically handle these switches. I don't want to have to flip the switches myself. Is it not gonna be able to find a way to this train station though if I don't toggle these switches? Or is the train gonna auto toggle the switch for me? Which would be ideal. Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Let's get this run up to here. And then learn our lesson from last time and get rid of the railway out there first. I think I can get rid of having a two-way train at some point here too. The train does switch them by itself. That's awesome. That's gonna save me so much stress about how I'm dealing with all this. Alright. So in we go. That guy goes in. I think I've got a full loop set up now. Let's go ahead and put down a train and 2 freight cars. Yes, I didn't put a loop on the other end, so I'm going to need another train on this end. At least for the moment. And then this is going to be called base nitrogen. Maybe I'll even put a hyphen in there just to keep it all nice. The timetable for this train, which I should probably rename to Nitro Train, is going to be to go to the nitrogen depot and then base nitrogen. Save, turn on self-driving. Where are you going? I mean, I understand that I've got 2 trains on here, so I'm a little surprised. Did I not hook this thing up to power? Is that what's going on? No, it's all green on power. Well, now I have regrets because I wanted to take the train. Okay. I don't know, like, I'm worried that I've got something not fully hooked up over there, and that's why I wouldn't go forward through all of this instead of going backwards and around, but we will hoof it out there and see what we can see. I think it's a little bit faster if I actually do our slide jump. It's not that far, thankfully. We're just right around these trees to get over there. And who knows, maybe the train will start heading back and I can just ride it back and we won't need to go out there at all. I do want to see how full those tanks were by now, though. I'm kind of curious with the upload speed, how long it takes the train to move back and forth, how full the tanks are going to get in a round trip. All the wildlife. Alright, train is looking like it's getting filled up here, so it's probably going to start shooting back towards me any second now. Yep. Oh, seriously, from this distance? we're gonna catch a ride back, and then I'll be able to check it here at the base, see how much we unload, and jump on the train to get back out there before it heads out of the station. I think we're gonna be fast enough. We'll find out. Oh, I'm excited. I'm surprised it's taken an hour to get all this set up, though. I'm not the most efficient at the train systems here. It went the way I was expecting this train to go, though. Let's see. Now, the weird part is I kind of expect it to go straight through this station once it unloads, but we'll find out. If it goes back and around, I'm going to be not disappointed, but confused. Oh, I got out on the right side. Why not the left side? I'm waiting for it to unload. I want to click on the tanks and see how much we're going to get. Leave without me. There's nothing in here. Oh, this one. There's nothing in here. Oh, my gosh. Unload the train. At least the train went the wrong way again, so I can jump around here. I don't know why he won't come this way, though. No! I didn't make it. We're too slow. So the question is the train got stuff in it right now? Or is the train empty and it didn't pick up on the other side? So I guess we're going to have to go over here and just monitor it. I can't believe we missed the train, though. And I can't believe we had that set on we didn't have it set on unload. That's got to be it. Now the question is, do I have this other one set on load? We'll find out. Should run power poles along my train in case something goes wrong and I need to just take a zip line ride. Ooh, I almost fell off the edge. So glad that we've got the hover pack on. Here. Yep, they're full of nitrogen gas. All right, perfect. So let's go. Oh, stupid things. Let's just take a look at this depot real quick out of curiosity. These are both full at the moment, so that's not a problem. So we've got all of this sorted out. This station is working as expected. I really should look at just putting some loops in and having the trains run one way. It would simplify the layout of our tracks and stuff, I suspect. But we're going to have to look at the train line over there because the train's never coming back out the other connection. Oh my goodness, I can't believe I didn't just catch the train. Alright, last time back and forth, folks, I promise. Wonder if it'd be faster to just grab the regular jetpack. Probably. Get a little bit of forward momentum going here. Yeah, I feel like this is faster. Now, I do want to check if the train starts running towards us before I get back there. I want to check and see. I can see it unloading this time. I was going to say I want to check and see if it's empty, but I can see that it's empty, which is great. So I just need to figure out why this isn't connecting together here. And it's because this one isn't connected to the right spot. All right. Well, at least we've sorted it out. Let me fix it now. This railway needs to connect to this one. And then this one needs to connect to this one. And I guess if I was coming back, I'd want it to go to the outside. I don't know why. And then if we look here, we now have 1,600 of our nitrogen gas. So we're set. We've got all the gas we need. What I do need to do, though, is take this pole out of my way. Put it up here somewhere. I feel like this is just going to end up getting in my way again, but rather than having it run across the way, I'd rather have it run between the stations here. And then I'm going to have to bring up a thing for nitrogen gas. Now, unfortunately, this is like right in the middle of our factory, so I don't want to bring it up there. Let's go look at this thing again. We are going to get cooling systems and fused modular frames out of this. So the first thing I want to do is set up our fused modular frame setup. This music is jamming. It's just a little bit too loud. Let's drop this down a couple notches. Got to be able to think here, folks. Where am I going to bring this up? I'm going to need this into a blender, question mark? It's got to be a blender, right? For fused modular frame. Yes. Heavy modular frames, aluminum casing, and nitrogen gas. Okay. Well, this floor is where our assemblers were going to go. I think I might even put the blenders out on the far end. So, if I bring that nitrogen up on the far end of the factory, that would be a better spot for it. So what I can do is grab it out of the top and actually, do I have, oops, in logistics, I have a conveyor mount for the ceiling. Don't have a pipeline mount for the ceiling. Let me go see. I'm gonna slap down a special shop here. Maybe there's some recipes I haven't picked up yet. Special awesome shop. What do we got under, is it organization? Nope, management? There we go. Pipeline, I've got everything. So I think I just got to run it normally here. I don't have any tickets on me anyway. Down, down, down we go. We're going to run some pipes on some ceilings. Right in here. So if I pipe this up, and because it's gas, it shouldn't be a problem. Just curious. How does this look? It looks good if I was facing the right way. Okay, I think I can lock this in and straighten it out some. That's going straight that way. Oh, wow. Now we're straight, or one more? That looks straight. Okay. So if I bring the nitrogen gas, I should probably run them out the front, because if I expand this to have more trains at some point, I'm going to have to move these pipes. But we're going to just pretend that we planned far enough into the future for now. I'm going to run this right down the middle so that I have a nice easy point to figure out where to line things up. And we're going to have our blenders be on the far end of the 3rd floor. So materials can go up and down on the end that we're coming from. Is that the brakes on my train making that horrible screeching noise? And then I'll bring the gas up on this far end, so I'll make the materials and ship them down the line towards where we'll set up our blenders. And then we'll have some blenders down here. That's the thinking right now. So all the way to the end of the line with this pipe. So I don't want resources just popping up any old place between floors. Oh no. I don't think that's the train. Is that my music box making that terrible, terrible noise? Normally I like this track, but we're gonna switch it up. It might just be the wildlife. I think it's just the wildlife, which is really unfortunate. All right, let me find... There's some power up there. Let me see if we can get some power over to the edge so that I can actually work. Because this isn't cutting it for me. Can't get to that side of the cliff without running out of power. I think I've got power all along this side, though. So I'm going to try and sneak up a level here. There we go. Where's my power being run over there? Right here. Okay. Power line. Let's go. Right there. And then I can put down a floor hole for nitrogen. I'm trying to figure out where I want to do this. I'm going to bring it up. Oh, no, 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 no. Ooh, that was close. We want to bring it up right in the middle of one of these platforms, I think. So I'm going to put a pipeline floor hole right over here. And we'll bring it up the back wall. Oops. If I can get this connected, I think that'll connect. Let me switch to the real jetpack long enough to get up here. Back to the other one. And pipeline floor hole. Right up here. Now, that's base materials. This is next tier materials. Let me figure out how big blenders are. They're ginormous. In which way do I want this to run? This is an aluminum product that we're going to be bringing into here. I think I'm going to run it so that the inputs for my fluids are on the right-hand side right here. Let me think. Yes. And I want to make sure I'm, as usual, leaving enough space to do things with over there. So I'm going to start this 2 off of the outside wall. Maybe I should do 3. We'll do 3 off of the outside wall like so. Back is all lined up. Front is all lined up. This thing is slightly larger than a platform, which means it's not going to tile the best. And these are fused modular frames. I know I need a ton of these for future things, so we're going to go ahead and I'm going to set up 4 of these, I think, as our starting point. Normally I was thinking I'd just do like a couple of each, but I know we're going to need an absolute ton of these things. And so I'm going to figure out what we need to do to run 4 fused modular frames. That's 3 per minute, 6 per minute of fused modular frames here. So, dun 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 dun. I am going to switch gears real quick and find my browser window that I've got all of my windows open on. We're going to bring up our Satisfactory tools. Here we go. I'm going to switch over here. All right. We're going to lose application audio for a second while we do this. I was starting to look at some of my other stuff. I'm going to clone this tab, and it's going to be fused. Gotta hit this. It's going to be fused modular frame. The reason I'm cloning this tab is I have all my recipes set up in here. So I'm going to get rid of all of these, and then we're going to do fused modular frame. And if I want to make 6 of these per minute, I can bring those in. Before I do that, though, let me come back here. How many of these did I actually need? 1.3? Maybe 6 is too many. Maybe I only need 2. This is my, to make all the necessary components for the tier that I'd started with. So maybe if I just target 3 per minute to start with, I won't need a lot of extra stuff. Yeah, that looks a lot simpler. I've got, essentially I need steeled frames to make the modular frames. I'm going to need 1 manufacturer worth of heavy modular frames going for this, or a little bit less, but we'll set up 1. We'll keep 2 blenders going, no problem. And then I'll feed all of these other materials in. We'll have to get the aluminum manufacturing brought over into this facility instead of the main base as well, which is fine because it's all right next door here. Ta-da. In fact, we could probably pipe that into the floor below to get that going and just run a conveyor from that other factory. I'm going to need some concrete over here. We got a ton of heavy frames right now, though. So I need to just bring all this together. So steeled frames is the first setup. All right, let's switch on back to the game real quick. I just lost my recipe window. I got to keep the recipe window up so I can at least glance back at it while we're doing this. Otherwise, we'll have a lot of monkey business. All right, well, since I have all the stuff for the iron already being made, we're going to start with that here. We're going to get the heavy modular frames going. And that will allow me to start bringing in the materials that we're missing for our nitrogen gas. I'm just looking that I've got a nice long stretch here to get a belt down from the other side. But before we do that, I think my plan is to run the pipes in down below here. Is this gonna leave me enough room when I bring these up like so? So I think the plan is to do something like that. Then my materials will be coming from the left sides. And then the pipe that I need for the nitrogen gas will be able to run along in front of it here. So that. Okay, I think that's going to look good. We've got plenty of nitrogen gas. My power connectors are unfortunately on the back sides, so let me see about putting one of these in where it's not going to get clipped by a conveyor belt. That looks pretty good, actually. We might need to pattern this at some point, but I'm not going to worry about it too much right this minute. And then this can just come straight on over into there. Perfect. I suppose I can run this power line out here. I'm gonna put it right on the edge for now, and then I gotta figure out how to pipe this up so that we can get it all hooked up above. Oh, that'll be actually easier than I thought. We're right on the top level already. We'll hook it up there for now. We've got a mess of power poles up on the top. Not what I wanted at all. This needs to connect to there. Okay, now we've got power. And this needs to be the same thing. Fused modular frames. Nitrogen's piping in, which means everything's working good there. So now I just need a heavy modular frame and aluminum casing manufacturing. So I'm going to come right down here, and we're going to figure out how to put that in. Do I start doing that stuff down here? Do we have enough room to do some assembly down here, or do I just keep this to my constructor-related things? I think I just keep this constructors. All right. So what I'm going to do is we're going to come down this line here and get the setup going for the modular frames. And then from there, I'll have to do the heavy modular frames. Let me think here. Heavy frames are a manufacturer. So do I... Well, I can always... I'll pipe materials around on the roof. I don't want to get into necessarily having to feed the one specific thing down there. So if I want to manufacture... I was going to do manufacturing up on the top floor and just do assemblers down here. So I'm going to just start with my assemblers, and I'm going to come all the way down to the corner, and we're going to get this started off the right way. So I'm going to leave 3. Is that what I've left on previous level? How many lines did I leave? I only left 2 lines for management. All right. Oh, no. I left more than that because I'm putting my storage down. So in theory, I've left 4 on this end. Oh, no. So 1, 2, 3, 4. That's fine. We'll continue that process. And I always had the inputs on the inside. One, 2, 3, 4. I want at least 2 on the outside. What did I do down here? I don't think I got that far. Yeah, because we're working from the middle, but we're gonna do this a little differently this time. I'm bringing everything back, then I'm going to have the storage unit right in line with this. I'm going to leave myself a little bit of room here. And then the belt will come down, and then I'll have my storage unit down here. Yeah, this is going to be the way I want to do it. So let me make sure I'm lined up that way for where I want to start. And I think I'm going to center... it doesn't center. Can I half step? There we go. I need 5 of these to start off with. 3, 4, 5. We'll see how this recipe plays out as we go through it. But this is going to be my steeled frames. is the recipe that I'm looking at using, because steel frames is just that. I don't need iron rods, and I'm making these steel pipes out of iron down below already. So let's get this all copied in. I suppose I should work out a blueprint for my assemblers before we go too wild with this. A nice blueprint for a couple of assemblers might be nice, or even just one with all the inputs and outputs all fired up already. And I think what I'll do for bringing stuff into this is have my splitters come in on the ground level right in the middle, and then that way I can run this like so, and I won't have any clipping. I guess I don't need that much space. I could bring it over 1. If I bring it over 2, it'll clip. We'll bring it over 1. Something like that, I think, is going to work out real good. And then I need another splitter up on the top. And then we're going to have a merger on this side, bringing it all back to where we started. So I think this is what I want to blueprint. I wish I could like copy it and rebuild it up top, you know, like do a copy paste of multiple components here. We're gonna do it though. We're not gonna waste a bunch of time hooking all this stuff up a million times. It always pays to just put in a couple of minutes and get it set up right with a blueprint and save all the headache and hassle of repeating yourself a bunch of times. I don't think this step matters, but we're gonna make sure it's centered here. I guess I say that and then I didn't actually center it. It's the little steps like this that probably don't matter, except for the fact that if you do it, then anytime I'm pointing it out right at the beginning, it's always centered and makes sense. We're going to... Nope, stop. We're going to do it this way. For my space elevator, you can build one more level higher and make it just big enough to fit the space elevator and do like some angled roofs up to it maybe or something. I think that would look cool. Yeah, that's probably going to be next episode. I'm hoping I can get these materials moving right now, and then in the next episode we can actually progress to the final stage of the space elevator. We've been working on it for so long here. We've got this going over there, this coming over here. That looks right. And then this side is the merger. And I'm going to be bringing everything back to the right. Okay, so this is... Oh, we missed one. Splitter. Okay, so this is one assembler, right in, right out. So this is assembler 1X, right in, out. Select icon. Save blueprint. And then the question is do I want to go ahead and set up like a multi? I think we do. And the joy of setting that up is that I can just now do this. Is that lined up? This doesn't look lined up. There we go. Oh, I've half-stepped it. There we go. Can I get... I could get 4 on here if I'd been paying more attention. Let me see if I can still fix this. Nope, I have to scoot the whole thing over. Okay, we can do that. It's not a big deal. It's not that hard. Let's just do it. I want a full 4x on here. Because then we can do this in style, get stuff set down nice and easy. Blueprints, assembler right in, out. Put this one down. I'm just making sure they're pointed the right way before we commit ourselves. 2, 3, 4. And then what that's going to let me do then is come up here and hook everything up to power. I'm going to run this up, and we're going to put our power pole right here. I'm actually going to upgrade that to a Mark II and just get everything hooked up, just like so. And we can run all of our belts between the 4. All right, now we're cooking. This is going to save us a lot of time as we put all these assemblers down. So this is going to be assembler 4X, right in, out. I don't know how much materials and stuff I have, but we'll take it with us. Right here. Now I do need 5 of these, so what I'm going to do is just go ahead and zap these, and then get the blueprint out. And let's see if we can get this all lined up. Not there. We gotta go to the side view. Nope, we messed it up already. Like that. I think that spacing looks good. I feel like I'm a half step too close. When I put these other ones down in the blueprint designer, they space them out a little bit farther than we are. Is that like so? Yeah, I got a little bit of a gap. A little bit of a gap. Got the space. We'll splurge on some extra space just to get it all set up. Connect these 2 up then. And then I have to bring that one back in. I'm gonna hook this up to the power because we've got it. Why not? And put that right on the wall over there. Okay, modular frames, 5X. We'll probably need more of these eventually, but I'm just bringing in the materials I need to get started here for the recipe we're trying to make, and we'll expand as we go. So this requires that I have something set up for reinforced iron plates, and I already have steel pipes up above me. So let's bring the steel pipes down while I'm thinking about it, and we'll figure out how that's going to work. Whoops, I mean up, not down. So they're on the ground level 1 below me. These should be the steel pipes that we're making. And I think the plan for these is always going to be to bring them out of the end and pipe them up to the ceiling, facing out as well. And then I can put a splitter on up here, like so. And that will let me bring them to where I need them to be, which in this case is right over here. So I'm going to bring a floor hole up. I don't know how close I can get with this floor hole. Oops, come on. I think if I put it here, I'll be fine. Let's see. Yeah, that looks like it's going to work great. And then we just drop right down. And we put another floor hole in right here. And then this just comes right over like that. Oh, it's looking great. Glorious. Oh, there's a slant. That's going to drive me nuts. Hang on. Let me see what happens when I bring this conveyor belt up one closer to the ceiling. Like that. Don't know if I actually made it any better there or not. Yep, that's lined up now. All right, we're looking good. And then just to double check, these guys all have no power, so no steel pipes yet. I'm gonna see, oops, that's not what I want to do. I'm gonna see if I can bring this power down. I'm gonna bring it through the wall. To that pole. Just gotta, I think I've got floor connectors that I can use, but let's just get things running right now. We'll worry about pretty once we know we've got a plan in place and everything's going to actually work out. Excuse me. Been streaming for an hour and a half, not drinking enough water. We're gonna lose our voice if we don't take care of it. Let's see. So that is my pipes. What I need to do now is figure out where we're going to bring in our other material, which in this case I think is... What am I doing? Wrong thing altogether. The plates we're going to make downstairs. So I'm going to set this one up inside here. And the reason for that is I want to leave a little bit of space from that thing so that downstairs all of our stuff isn't colliding into each other. And this should let me get a straight corner into here. Looking good. Then I can come down here and find this. Yep. And then we need to figure out how we're going to build the adhered plate, which is going to be iron plate and rubber. Actually, we might not be coming from down below because that is an assembler product. We're going to need another row of assemblers to make that. So let's get over here. I need 3 adhered plates for this recipe. So I said I was only going to make what I need, but we're going to overmake. And I'm going to grab this blueprint and line things up like so. And then my outputs, oh, that's what I didn't do over there. I think I always had my outputs in the center of a line. Let me double check this. No, that one's not centered. Did I have my inputs always on the center of a line? My inputs are on the center of a line. Why wouldn't I have done my outputs on the center of a line? I don't know. Well, we've messed it all up now. I'm going to just pull this forward because we have the room. And we'll start putting outputs on the center lines, I think, moving forward. We'll see how it goes. Power hooked up right away, and this one is going to be making these adhered iron plates because I have lots of rubber, although it's back at the other base. So this will be the one of the first things we have to do here. I've got to set up the drones for rubber to bring them to this base instead of the other base. So we'll figure that out here in a moment. And I need a bunch of iron plates, and I need rubber. So, like the previous one, I think I'm going to do the iron plates from the previous level first. And we'll bring it in straight up like this. Oh. We did not line this up the same at all. Yeah, I really think I've got these in a poor position. The more I'm looking at it and thinking about it, that's okay. Things are not going to be lined up. I'm going to just be okay with it. I am going to leave that lined in the way that it's at, though. And let me put that recipe everywhere before I forget. I have a tendency to do that. And let's go get some iron plates brought into this thing. Iron plates are down here. So what we'll do is set up the conveyor lift. And I'm just going to come down the line until I find iron plates. That's this one. So this was the original. I didn't actually build the splitter for it yet. And then we will bring this up like so. Trying to make everything look somewhat similar here. And I'm going to bring this one right on down here. And right around the corner. Iron plates going up. And flowing into the machine as needed. Okay. Rubber. I need to figure out how and where we're bringing rubber in here, which is going to be up on the top platform somewhere. I'm thinking, because my facilities are over that way, that the drone ports are going to go on the far end of the top level here. So let me get rid of that pole. Transportation, drone port. Making sure that now that I got rid of that pole, I don't go falling off of the edge of the roof. Okay. I'm going to need a few of these. I'm just trying to think about how this is going to work out. I don't have the heavy modular frames. That's what we're trying to build, folks. All right, this is going to be Mega Base. I want this to be turbo fuel. Because if we don't have fuel, we can't keep the drones running. So I want to make although I guess they're all being refueled at the refinery right now, I think. Oh, no, that's the other refinery that has drones. We need to move the drones to the main refinery, too. So, yes, this is going to be our turbo fuel. And then we'll bring one back for rubber. But before we do that, we're going to come in here and we're going to say, fly to here with your rubber. Just because I want some rubber and I want to see how it's going to work. I want the rubber because I want to be able to start these manufacturers off with some rubber and get them making everything that we need so that we can get more drone ports going. I think I have some in here. Oops. Yeah, we've got rubber. So I'll just grab all the rubber I've got and fire these off manually for a second. Split that stack. Okay. That'll keep it going for a minute here. And then I'll have reinforced iron plates that I can run in. from down below once we get everything sorted. So, blueprints. I didn't think this through. We're gonna make a change in a minute here. Storage. Lined up properly. We are. So what I didn't think through is that instead of the pipes coming in here, because I'm making these right next to each other, I'm not going to bother bringing them in through the floor. I'm just going to bring them in right there. And then these can be the steel pipes. So I'm going to have things a little backlogged for a minute here. That's okay. Instead of these being my steel pipes, I'm going to bring the steel pipes in right here. Easy peasy. Alright folks, now that we got that going, I've got steel pipes everywhere. I can grab, we've already made 20 of these. My goodness, that's awesome. I'm going to split these up into 4 stacks and just get these going so that it'll clear out the steel pipe backlog that we've got, hopefully, in the belt. Okay, all those are going. We'll get a few more. I've got a whole bunch of them in my dimensional storage. Oh, that did nothing for me. So we got one left here that I haven't put anything in. There we go. And this is just me trying to get rid of all the pipes in the belt because we messed up. We done goofed. Now, I don't think that they start... I think they're all going to end up uploading before we... Until I stack this up, I don't think they're going to start coming out the side belts here, but that's okay. Well, this factory is actually self-sufficient. No, this is the one that I just stuck some rubber in by hand. Alright, well, let's get that going then. We're going to be bringing rubber down from above. So that means for this one, this pipe's going to come up to the ceiling. Do I have... This is silly of me. I was going to say, do I have enough heavy modular frames in my inventory to build more of these? I don't think I do, because I can build out of my inventory when we build. However, I think I've got a bunch more over at the base here. So rather than just sit here and wait for a bunch of heavy modular frames to build, we're going to jump down here and hop in our trusty scout vehicle. We'll just go pick them up. It's a hop and a skip right around the corner here. No reason to dilly-dally. And once we get this production set up, we'll have excess always getting fed into our inventory via that dimensional depot. And the goal is going to be to just have everything set up there at some point. I'm tired of managing the space at all. It's all getting torn down as soon as we get the basics up and running over at the new mega base. But this one's been useful, and we've got a lot of materials backed up here that we've been using for a while, so I don't want to just throw it all away per se. Oh yeah, look at all these heavy modular frames. I'm going to grab a few stacks of these because I'm going to get a few drone ports going. This one's going to go away eventually. We've got to get... You know, this is a destination one. We could probably set things up with a pretty elaborate sorting system and just have the drones come into one of a few delivery stations. Oh, we've got a car here. I don't need to run back. Let's jump into that again. This is our little taxi to get between these two bases while we're in between them, I guess I should say. Oh, there goes that drone. I think he just brought back some turbo fuel, which is the the most important thing that we need to get set up here. Being realistic, though, I should just run a train over there. The drones are just holding us over until we can set up a train infrastructure that runs all the way over to our refinery. Oops. I just wanted to put this guy back down there so he's ready to go. Okay. I want a drone or a drone hub that's going to be plastic and rubber like we did at the other stuff. So I'm just going to say refinery deposit because we might also bring back something like the petroleum coke that we're making at the refinery. I think I'm going to have need of that soon. What am I short? A radio control unit. Okay. All right. We can get one of those. I have a crafting bench right here. I think they're relatively straightforward to make. I'll even get a few of them just so that we can craft a couple of drones as we get this up and running. I'm excited that we're almost there. We're like right on the cusp of having our first fused frames being created here. Oh, that's right, I had it bring back rubber. Okay, all ports, that is not, I don't want you doing this. I want, is this guy my turbo fuel guy? That's my, I need to remember to rename these drone ports back on the other side to something more meaningful as well. Okay, so this is going to be Mega Base, refined materials. I'll remember what that is because it's similar to refinery, right? Right? Put that up to power. And this guy's bringing rubber back again, isn't he? Because I didn't turn him off fast enough, that's my guess. I just want to see what it is. Come on. Pop in here any second now. Probably give him some fuel too while he's here. Yeah, it's more rubber. We didn't need rubber, bud. Okay. So much like we did on the other base, my thought being that we bring the materials here and then we're going to split them with a smart splitter and have the plastics and rubbers come out here. So organization, let's get one hooked up to each of these. And I'm always going to buffer it right away, and then we'll split it into the base from there. So I'm going to have this buffer be here. I'm leaving enough space in case I decide that I need to do something else over there. And then this one's going to go there, this one's going to go there. Overflow's going to go to the left at some point. So to the right is going to be plastic. To the center is going to be rubbers. And to the left is going to be overflow. Okay. And then we can put these down in front. You know what? I think I put this in wrong. This needs to hook up there. Then what I need to do is get the fuel running so that coming out, we can have a splitter. I'm just trying to think about how this fuel is gonna get everywhere it needs to get. For right now, I guess it doesn't matter, and I can just split it from where it is to where I'm at. And then we'll worry about actually setting all this up a little bit cleaner. I'll probably have it like this drop down in the floor and then just pop up in front of each one once I have more than 2 of these. All ports. Okay. Refinery for plastic is going to come to here. The refinery for rubber is going to come to here. And we should start seeing plastic and rubber show up. Plastic is on the right. And what I need is rubber running over to our stuff here. So that's the one on the left. I'm going to have this run down like so. And then if I put a splitter on it, I don't know if I want a splitter right away, or if I want to try and... I can't snap a splitter to the ceiling though, so I guess I am going to do it right away. That way I can pull more materials off of this in the future if I need to. And I'm just going to run this right down the ceiling. Doesn't really matter where too much. In fact, I can rotate that other setup so that it points this way if I need to. Okay. Let's do that. I'm gonna have this thing rotated to point back instead of forward. Didn't like so. Is this the right... Am I doing the right thing even? Yeah, that's rubber. Okay. So now I've got rubber moving down here. Let's go up and toss the rubber in the container and actually watch it flow through. Although it looks like we've already got the drones popping in and dropping stuff off. I think this side was supposed to be for rubber. Plastic's already filling up. Drone port had a delivery of plastics, and this should be a half of drone port of a rubber. I always like to follow along, watch it deposit its first one, make sure everything's working okay. The drone unload always feels so slow to me. It's like, you landed, let's go. Here my train's going. Yep. So I've got rubber going to the left, plastics going to the right. Everything is looking good here. We come down here and just make sure the rubber's flowing out of here. It is. I got green lights across the board on these plates. Rubber reinforced plates are getting made. And over here, my modular frames are starting to stack up now. And so it's just about, I'm making 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 reinforced plates a minute I need. And this is making 3, 6, 12, more than 12. Okay. We're doing good. Now, my question to myself is, do I want to tear this down because it's in the wrong spot and all of my outputs aren't going to line up? I think the answer is I do. Oh, it pains me to do it. Blueprint dismantle mode. Regular, dismantle mode. be careful not to destroy my platforms and stuff. No, I do not want to necessarily tear down the hole in the floor. Alright, let's try this again. Blueprints. I got right in out times 4. And what we're looking at was I was going to start centering my outputs. And I want to make sure that I'm lined up with the side of this thing. Perfect. Okay. Now, this thing was going straight into there. This one, I didn't care if it was perfectly lined up. However, this hole is going to be in slightly the wrong spot if I want to get it to pop up the right way here. Maybe we are going to move this after all. Let me try it. Let me just try it. I won't... Oh, I can get it in there, I guess. That's okay. That's better than moving everything. We'll do it. And then here, we need to make the steeled frames. Here, we're going to make steeled frames, and we're just going to keep trucking on it. Steeled frames. Steeled frames. And I did all that, and I've still got a ton of them in my inventory. That's okay. Why am I not producing anything? Because we haven't hooked it up to the power yet. Let's do that. And we should be good to go now. I'm gonna seed this one with the biggest bunch of reinforced frames. Now, I needed 5 of these to actually get enough stuff going. I'm gonna probably just double that up now because I know I'm gonna need them for other things. Blueprints. Let me get my storage set up though before I forget. That's lined up, and then we go one forward. That's all set up now. And we will be getting... Is this the modular frames that we're building here? Can't even remember. Yep. So I can unload all my modular frames into storage. And then I'll have auto uploading of those. And then over here, we are making the other doohickeys, which I don't have in my inventory. Perfect. Alright, so let me just double both of these up while I'm here. I've got the materials for it. And I know we're going to use a lot of these over time. So assembler right in out is going to go here. Back one. Lined up this way. That looks a little close. Why am I so close? Okay, that looks better. Looks good. Those run. Get these run. Hook up power. And then we just got to copy some settings. Oh, I forgot to hook those belts up on the back. I'll get that 1 second. This belt to there. And should have done the bottom one first. This belt to there. Copy some more settings. All right. Now we're cooking, and we just need the reinforced plates to catch up. Shouldn't be a problem, though. I've got rubber coming in. We got plates coming in. Oh, yeah, look at that. It's already stacking way up. All right. So, This system is going to take a while to balance itself out, but we've got plenty of plates and plenty of steel. Can I get rid of some of the steel before everything piles up? Probably not quick enough. There we go, we did it. I'm excited. All right, so that is the frames and the plates. Now I need to figure out a few more things. I need concrete somewhere. And then I can bring in, I'm gonna need industrial beams as well. So let's see. I'm gonna set up industrial beams right back here. Blueprints, 4 in, out. How many of those do I need? Just 2. So this will be a good thing to start with, I think. This should line up on that edge. And like I've been doing over there, I'm going to start bringing my outputs down the middle from now on. So that output is in the middle, that output is in the middle. And I'm going to start with just 4 of these. And this will be my encased industrial beams, which is steel beams and concrete. And we're going to have to get steel brought over here. Let me look. I know I've got some alternate recipes. I'm curious what steel beams has in it. I have aluminum beams. Which one is my thing recommending? My thing is actually recommending aluminum beams as the quicker recipe here. So it might actually be time for us to sort out how we're going to do aluminum ingots. So that needs steel beams, and then if I use the aluminum ingots to make it, I just had this open, but I think it's just a 1-to-1, so I do these in a constructor. Ingot. And I can make pure aluminum ingots now. I can just bring the scrap over from the other base and set up a bunch of smelters like we did up on the other floor. Let's go down. Where would I do that if I was going to do it? Don't have a lot of room here, but since it's just a smelter line, what we can do is do this on the other end, bring it in because the scrap is over there, and have some of these materials starting in on the other side here. I think we might do that because I don't envision these ever making it all the way down here. So let me see what bringing it in right here on this end would look like. Okay. Aluminum scrap. Let's go see how much of that we're producing. Have to build a few more platforms maybe to pipe it back over here. I mean, realistically, I could bring this whole setup into the base, but since it's here and it's working, we might just leave it here. So right now I'm doing the whole aluminum scrap process here. Do I have another recipe for aluminum scrap? I feel like I've got 2 recipes now. So this one is petroleum coke, which I don't have here right now. So we're going to keep making the aluminum scrap this way. But instead of processing it here into aluminum ingots, we're going to bring it back and process it at the base. That's the new plan. So rather than lay things out any differently there, I'm going to grab this 4-meter platform and bring it all the way over here. And that's going to come on this line here. I'm going to just belt this right back to the base for now. It's a little bit ugly, not quite exactly what I said I was going to do, but it's so close to us There's just no sense in monkeying with it other than the fact that this hill is too tall. That's okay. We'll bring it over the hill. We're going to bring this out this way. I guess technically that's running into this power pole anyway. I'm going to move the power pole over. Put the power pole in the middle of that. Let's get rid of some of these trees. There we go. Power tower with the platform. Half step that. That looks centered. Actually though, this is twisted the wrong way. That's going to be problematic. Let's make sure we're paying attention to our orientation here. Does that look lined up? I think it does. Alright, tear that down. Oh, we didn't think that through. Run that to there. And then run this one over to the other side. And then I can make myself one more platform over here. Alright, let's go tear down the aluminum ingot production, and we're gonna get this going. This was working out nicely for us, but its time is done, so how are we going to do this? Just want to clean up after ourselves here. I don't know how removing these splitters is going to affect my belts though, so I'm going to leave those parts there because I'm that lazy. Got some stinger remains on the ground here. All right. You know what? I was going to leave this hooked up so that we could continue to get the silica. But it just feels like this is a problem that we need to deal with here. These things are outputting silica. That will be a problem. We might have to sink all of that until we're ready to use it. I forgot about that. Is there a better way to do this that doesn't do the silica? I think I do have a, is it called sloppy aluminum? Yeah. Alright, how much does this use? This uses 200 a minute, where I was only using 120 before. We'll do that sloppy. That uses 200 water each. And this is going to put back 120 water. We might be short on water if I do it this way. But it's much faster. So I'm going to go with it. And we're outputting 240 from each of those. No, we're not. 200 bauxite. So I need 400 bauxite if I'm going to do this. Let's just take a gander here. Yeah, we do not have enough bauxite coming in, so I can bring this up to 300 bauxite. Do I have, oops, more bauxite nearby? Oops. No. I mean, not super far, but not close enough for what I wanted to do right now. So this is 200, and we will run this one at 50%. Just punch it in, it'll be easier. There we go. And then we will only use 100 water per minute there, 200, so that'll just be using 300 water a minute, which super simplifies this setup, because then I don't need as much of this. That's 240. And am I getting more than 60 out of this thing? I am. I'm getting 120. So I do need to make sure that I don't have a water backup, or else this machine will shut down at some point. But we're handling 240. We're putting out 240 from each of these. Or no, we'll be 240 and 120. So I'm going to need one more of these set up as well. So let's get that going. And I'm going to need to split the coal. So it's time to run this up in the air, I guess. Splitter. And try and guesstimate my height. Okay, now I've got this hooked up again. We're gonna hook that up, and this one I'm gonna also run at 50%. I do like, oh, not even 50%. I need 50%. So now I'm gonna have 120 coming out of that one, 240 coming out of this one. I'm only going to have 60 excess water coming out of here. And I'll be using 300 water. So on the other side, I only need to be bringing in 140 water. So rather than run 2 of these, I think I'm going to tear it down. We're going to run just 1, and we're just going to overclock it a little bit. So I need this to be at 160. No, 140. I can do math. So that's 140 a minute. And then I've got 60 a minute coming out of the other 2. I don't know. Let's do the math again. No. Oh my goodness. How did I mess this up? 120 plus 60 is 180. And I need 300 water a minute. So I just don't need to overclock this at all. I got 180, and this 120 will be enough to make up the distance. 180 and 120 is 300. All right, I think we're done monkeying with all that. We just need these things to start running. So hook you up to some power so that you can start taking in your aluminum solution. I'm gonna run Mark II pipe in there. I'm gonna just switch these over while I'm here. Okay, that's cranking away. And these are now cranking away. My water's building up here because I haven't hooked it up to the pipe yet. So let me do that. And this guy is going to need a merger. Whoops, we messed that all up. Trying to stack these on top of each other so that I can pipe my pipes. From there to there, and there to there. Here to here. And here to there. Okay, let's look at this mess of an inventory here. This stuff can go. That stuff I might actually want for gunpowder later. This is in my way. Okay. making the aluminum scrap. We've got plenty of coal, plenty of aluminum solution. Everything's looking good here. It's time to run the belt. And what I want to do, I'm going to center this belt actually, if it'll let me. What did I do? And all the way up to the other end of the base. Nope, we ran out of power. Yeah, I had to decide to build all of this right on top of a radioactive area. Not my brightest moment. Let me just hook this up. I'm gonna do this and bring it one up to get over this hill thing. That way when we get back over here, I can get right back up to there. And I'm trying to think here. We're bringing this in, and then I'm bringing it down to the first floor, I think. How far can I get a belt to go across this opening is my question. Well, we don't need to go across the opening. I can do some more platforms, I suppose. And then I can bring some Mark 1s across, like that. Alright. Zip, zip, zippity. We made it. Let me put a conveyor hole right here. Our aluminum scrap is going to come in, and then we're going to take that down. A little easier for me to figure out where this floor hole is when I'm looking straight at it. I'll take it down the wall here and get it set up right down here, it looks like. So we got that running up and down, and then let me just connect these two while I'm thinking about it. Nope, I messed this all up because I connected this and it was going the wrong way, I think. So here we go. This comes to here. And then this comes down here. And my machines are going to have to go that way. So I need left in out smelters. Smelter 8x left in out. Okay. Centered. And where do I want this to start? Not that close. Oh no. I just said no. And then I clicked the button anyway. Smelter left in out. I need to make sure I'm going to have enough space to set up my storage and bring stuff back over here. I think I'm too close. I think we were doing 4 on the other side. 1, 2, 3, 4. Setting it up here. And setting that up there. I didn't exactly bring this down. I keep forgetting that I want to start lining up my outputs on the centers. So let's get a dimensional storage set up here. don't really need dimensional storage for ingots, though. I haven't been doing that for the other ones, so maybe we won't do dimensional. I'll just build it the old-fashioned way. Industrial storage. There we go. And then if I'm making pure ingots, I'm going to get 60 a minute in to create 30 out. And I determined that I am making how much over there? I don't even remember, but 60, 120, 240, yeah, 480. I don't think I'm making 480 yet, so we'll go with this. And that's going to be bringing stuff in. I am going to do the unthinkable. I'm going to cut that all the way across the factory so that I've got something. And then let's start. Oh my gosh, did I do this wrong? I did. I set this up backwards. My bad. Happens from time to time. Blueprint, smelter left in out. Let's make sure the front is facing away from me this time. And make sure this is centered up now. Okay, now we got it. That goes in there. That connects to there. My power still runs over there. And then we bring in aluminum ingots. Oops. Okay. Now all of these are taking in my aluminum scrap. Let's just unload what's in my inventory real quick while it's not a problem. Good. And then that's going to come over here and dump all of the ingots. Do I have any? I do have aluminum ingots in here that I can dump off. Now we're cooking. These should all be getting full pretty quick here. Oh my goodness, my smelter recipe is actually using a speed 60 belt. We're going to have to clean that up at some point. It's also really tight on these splitters. Probably afford to leave one extra space for upgrading them in the future. Okay. Ingots are golden. We're stacking everything else up nice. We got lots of, make sure those were aluminum, yep. Aluminum ingots, okay. Now, we were getting aluminum ingots for something. Let's go remember what I was building on the other side of the factory here. I wish this hover pack was just a little bit faster when you were sprinting. Okay, this is, steel beams and concrete to make encased industrial beams. I was making those because I want to build the steel beams out of aluminum, is what we were trying to do. Yes. So aluminum beams. All right. So we're going to do assembler 4 in out. I'm going to put it down over here. Let's try that again. Centered. Lined up. And these are going to be Not what I was doing at all. I don't know what those are going to be. The beams are just a constructor. So I want to do those down on the other floor, I think. Right below where we're doing our aluminum crafting here, I think. I don't think I'm going to need a ton of these steel beams. And this isn't even my aluminum. This is our blenders. Okay. Aluminum's below us. Which makes more sense because then I can like a row of constructors out here and work that way for the aluminum. Everything's kind of janky over here though with this cliff. Okay, here we go. Blueprints. Do I have a constructor? I have 5x constructors left in out, which is exactly what I want. And I'm gonna need space for these because I do want these to get uploaded. And that means that they're gonna have to line up on this line. And I'm gonna leave somewhere around 3 or 4 like that. I line them up here. I can bring my aluminum in. And I will set up the dimensional storage unit right next to this. And we will have steel beams being processed here. And then we'll be ready to take down our steel factory officially. Gonna loop that around and bring it right into this manufacturer or constructor. Upgrade that to a Mark II so I can daisy chain off of it. And these are aluminum ingots, and I'm gonna make alternate aluminum beams. Perfect. Now I've got steel beams. Steel beams are going to come right up here onto the ceiling. And I'm going to point them back in towards the factory. Alright, that's looking good. This is stacking up now. Steel beams are starting to stack up. This is going to make them at 22.5 a minute. That's perfect. I'm looking over on my other monitor here. I only need like 27 a minute to do what we're doing. All right. So with that, we need to come up here and figure out where these are going on the next floor. Pretty much straight down this hard line there. So 1, 2, third line over, which means I can bring it right down here. See how far this will let me go. So, oh. So many belts. All right, let me bring down now the opening that I need for this. Then can you go through the doorway? And we're gonna also need some concrete over here next. So steel beams and then concrete. Let's do first, actually. Can I... How do I want to do these? I can do it right on the edge. I don't think it really matters. Okay, so that'll be steel beams. I'm just going to hook it up right now. Bring it a little closer before we start turning it. That way if I need these for something else in the future, I've got them here. Okay, those are flowing. Good. No power. Well, I might as well run this over to another power pole. Hook it up there. Alright, the steel beams are all stacking up. I might as well set up the storage for these. Boom. Drop those in there. Got those going. What else do we need? Concrete. How am I going to get concrete into the base? We're going to have to bring some limestone in on the train. And I know exactly where I want to do that. So I'm going to jump down here to the bottom level. And the train that we've already got going back and forth right now to bring us the iron and the copper. I think I'm going to set this up to also bring in the limestone and the coal and have it go all the way down the line because we are keeping up with these materials, at least for right now. Just getting that out of my way. I don't know what purpose this pole is serving right now, actually. I'm going to run it along the front in a second here, though. Oh, I don't like that at all. Somewhere, these the stations are getting power from something, and it's probably because I hook them up at every base that we go to. But what I think I want to do instead of this, I'm going to run these on the ceiling right in front. I'm going to put one there. Get rid of this. And then I'm going to run one to the same spot like over here. Get rid of this. And then I'm going to run this along the ceiling to here. And then from here, I don't even know. Is there power above me here somewhere? There, and then I'm going to do a double wall outlet. Can't replace it. Hang on. Wall outlet, go away. Double wall outlet. There we go. Okay. Now I can hook that up, and then I can come out here. We'll go up here and do the same thing. I'm going to set up a double wall outlet right there. And this can come down to hook up to that, just to get it out of the way. This can hook up to there. Not exactly enthused about running my power on the outside of the factory like that, but it's cleaner than what we had. Okay, need this train to leave so that I can put down 2 more of these to bring in the limestone and the coal. And I'm thinking, should I go ahead and just bring Caterium back now while we're at it? Because the Caterium's over there. Oh, Quartz and Sam is over there as well. At some point, I feel like I should start mixing containers and then smart sorting it at the base here. But honestly, I'd kind of rather bring back like a whole container of everything. So once this guy gets out of the way, we're going to do the unthinkable and tear this down. Hopefully he doesn't come back before we get back. And, oh, this is going to kill me, but I want to tear all of this down and offset it so that it's one back. Oh, we're going to do it. Okay, here we go. Freight platform 1, freight platform 2, train station. Now's the time, folks. If we're going to do massive changes, you might as well do them before you get too far along in your plans for your base. And I need to offset this one back so it lines up with the other one. And then I can hook this one up to this one. I need to get rid of these 3. And then I need freight platforms. So everything's going to exit on this side, and it's going to be 1, 2. The 2 we already had for iron and copper. We're going to bring back limestone. We're going to bring back deuterium, quartz, and sand. Because all of those materials are at the other base. And then I'm going to bring this back to here. And then I'm going to remember that we've got chests over there that are going to be in awkward spots. Let's get rid of the power pole in the middle of the wall. Okay. So, first one, this is in my inventory. I think the iron was actually the second one. I think copper was the first one. Did I leave a chest underneath the station here? Well, let's check. Oh, it's over here. Same difference. This was copper. Just gonna empty the old inventory out some. Got too much junk from building different things in there. You always gotta try to keep a clean inventory for these projects, but it gets out of hand. You know what? I don't know why I'm like trying to hang on to this ore so much. I could have just deleted it. And yeah, I've got 2 chests over there. Hopefully I can get everything out of those 2 chests now, though. And then we can get our train going again, because right now I'm pretty sure our train is just completely shut down. Okay, I've got one more dismantle crate on my radar, but it's not here. Okay, just making sure we're not leaving a mess. I'll sort all this out later. So this is main base ore. We're bringing all the ores through here. So let's just call it ore. So I think that's what I've been calling my other train stations. The first one is the copper ore. The second one is our iron ore, which actually has 2 uplifts. And then let's see, how are we going to do this? We're going to do... I'm going to set down some signs, maybe. A label sign? It's a label sign. A display sign. Square sign, small square. That's really small. Nope, let's go. Can I do a big sign on the side of this thing? What's that gonna look like? Oh, that's exactly what I want, but in a really poor spot. Guess I can just put it on the ground in front like this. Oh, perfect. I'm just going to raise it up to this height. And I'll put a few of these down real quick. And instead of, I'm going to use the, instead of using the ore, because that's really hard to see. Well, can I put a text? Can I put text on here? Background, none. Colors. I'm sure I can do text at some point, but let me just see how iron versus copper looks. Actually, that's not too bad. I can see the difference between those, I think. And then this is going to be limestone. And then we will keep going with these signs and just mark everything. Why do I have to change the facing on my sign every time I put a new sign down? Alright, so I had limestone, and then we'll bring in quartz and sand. Yeah, I feel like if we don't start doing stuff like this, I just waste so much time tracking things down, trying to figure out what the heck we're doing. And then this one is going to be Caterium. We might not set that up right away, although I do think we're going to need it sooner than later. Man, that yellow background is just a bit too much. Can I just do black? Oh, that's better. If I'd thought about it before we got started, I could have copied and pasted the black to all the signs and then changed it, but that's okay. I don't want to have to find all my images, so we'll do that. All right. Well, I think our train is set back up. Well, no, our train's not set up. I think our train station is set back up. Then we've got this train, which is going Iron Copper Depot, and then it needs to come back to Mega Base for ore, like so. Normally it would go in that order. So that should get us moving, and then I need to go set up concrete at that base in order, or the limestone. I've got a big limestone node there that is already by the, what do you call it? The iron and copper. So I can bring the limestone in without a lot of hassle. And then we will set up a future one. Oh, I'm going to need coal. That's what we were also going to bring in here. So, man, I hate to do it, but we're going to destroy that real quick and slap one more in. It's going to mess my train up, I'm sure. Copy a sign. Doesn't really matter which car is which, but I think I want coal to be this car up. Is this coal ore? Yeah. And then this one can be the Caterium. My train came in? It did come in. All right, let's grab it before he gets away. Q. Turn off self-driving. Okay. Before you take off, we need to add a bunch more of these freight cars. Oh, we're gonna have to completely rethink how the other train stations are laid out too. Okay, we'll get there. We want to get this set up right though. I'm just thinking if now is the time to make this a looping train instead of a back and forth train. And then I could have I would have to fix this all up. I don't know. We'll just have it be a back and forth train for now. All right. But we're going to drive it back and think about how this is all set up. So I'm going to have to majorly expand all of those train stations that we've got so that things are in the same order. Only, I guess they'll be reversed on the other end of the track system here. So let me think about how did I set that up. Oh, can I remember? I want to record the order in which my materials are at the other base. I think it's copper, iron, limestone, quartz, sand, coal, and then Caterium. Stop. All right. So I'm gonna back up here, and so I can take down this train station without having problems with my train. And what needs to happen is this train station, all my train stations are gonna need to be the same length now, and I'll have empty platforms if it's not something that gets loaded at that station. Okay. So one more freight station here. This is for lime. Then I have how many more cars? 1, 2, 3, 4 more cars. So I'll then, for this, because I'm not quite ready to put the work into reworking the coal facility, we're going to do 1, 2, 3, 4 more cars. And then the train station. And then this is iron, copper, limestone. We might have to come up with a better naming convention here. And before we go too far, I want to get this set up. So that's 1, 2 off. Perfect. We already had it all set up. I knew we were going to be bringing these materials in eventually. We'll get our wall put in. And let's just copy this whole setup down here real quick. Just like that. Oh. I think I've got to bring it down from above to get it to line up right. And copy this wall. Bring our concrete elevator down. I guess it's just limestone at this stage. All right, and we're finally after this is one of the very first miners I set up. So this storage container has been here since the beginning of the game. I am going to get rid of the storage container in a second, but before I do that, let me just set up my conveyor belt here. And I think I'm gonna see if I can bring it up and over. How do I want to do these? Like this? And then I can the same thing on the other side. That works. So I got a whole bunch of concrete there right now. I'm just gonna let it drain out real quick. Oh, I don't have a whole bunch of concrete there right now. I'm just gonna get rid of it then. Okay. Now I can upgrade that, and then I can take this right on down here. And that right on in there. And let's go see, how much are we bringing out of this thing? 120. Is this a pure node then? Yeah, so this one's worth overclocking, I feel like, just so that I have one great place to bring back a ton of limestone. So we're gonna bump that all the way up to 300. And then these machines here are officially obsolete. So let's go ahead and tear this down finally. Yet another factory. I technically moved this around a little bit, but it has been here since the beginning of my playthrough. I'm super excited to see us finally progressing through things. And we'll have to set this up for making concrete back at the base somewhere else. I'm going to clean up a few of these stray platforms that don't line up with the rest of things. Okay, that looks pretty good. Is this thing really going at 300? I guess this belt is 780 or something. We can see all the concrete filling up the train station here. Alright, up we go. Let's make sure this train is set up correctly now. So if I take this and I say that we're going to open the train menu, we're going to edit the timetable, and we're going to add the iron, copper, limestone. Save. Turn on self-driving. Oh, I didn't want to go back yet. Stop. Turn off self-driving. Let's go up to the station first and see if we can load this thing up. So I don't have any of the limestone in there yet. I just want to make sure that everything lines up. Yeah. That's lined up now, and yes, number 3 is going to be limestone. So this one is iron ore to iron ore, right? Yep, we're good. Drives me nuts that iron ore isn't the one in the front of the train when I'm back in the base, but it is what it is. So let's dock. Did I set up the station right? It looks like I did. Just want to double check. We're getting a container at least, so that's positive news. And why do I have concrete mixed in this line? I should not have any oh, because I did that. I am not so smart sometimes. Stop. Go back down here and take all the concrete out of the limestone bin. My bad. Okay. Should be better now. We'll dock one more time and then send it back to the base. Now that we'll have a little bit of concrete, we can have enough to get our productions going while we're working on all of this. Should be good. We're so close on all of this stuff. And then turn on self-driving. So what excites me is I've got the infrastructure at the base set up well for this now. So all I have to do is build this track out to where we've got the current coal power and all that stuff, and just tap, 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 and away we go. Now this Caterium that I've got right here is what I was thinking about bringing back, but it's kind of a hassle to build a whole mega train stop like that for one resource. We might have to think about how we're going to do that. We could always run materials like underneath the tracks on a belt. I don't know that I want to do that, though. Our train feels like a proper train now, though. Nice and long. Hop off here and just make sure I did this right. Yep, that's going to be the limestone. Did I set these up as... Oh, I can't interact with it. I don't think I set these up to exit, to unload. Hang on. Turn off self-driving. I think when I rebuilt this whole thing, yeah, I didn't set it up to unload off of the train. That's my bad. I think I can copy and paste that, can't I? No. Alright. Either way, we're unloaded. Let's try this one more time. I guess I can just drive forward. Did I get it lined up good enough? No. Docking. Now we're unloading. This is where we make sure that we didn't put anything wrong anywhere because we were goofing off with this. Come on, come on. Only limestone. Only iron ore. Only copper ore. We're good to go. You may now drive yourself. Ugh, so many random materials to get rid of here at some point. Okay. Well, let's find ourselves a nice spot to handle concrete next. So this is my foundry lines for all that. Ooh, I put this right in the way. Can't even bring my concrete up here now as a result. I did not think that through. This should really be off the wall one. I am not sure what I want to do with concrete. I suppose I could run concrete all the way down here. Process it. Although I also have to do Conterium somewhere. Man, I'm almost feeling like I shouldn't have done any construction on this floor and only had smelting going. Too late now. I don't want to tear all this stuff up. Concrete is going to go right here. My factory's not big enough is what I'm suddenly realizing, folks. What am I smelting up here? That's not my aluminum. My aluminum's down below. I think I hear a fire alarm beeping in the background like a low battery. I'm gonna take a headphone off for a minute while we listen for it again. It's the little things that drive you nuts. What if I run it somewhere on the back side of all of this? I'm trying to think about where that would be. So this is aluminum. Even if I double or triple up my aluminum, I'm going to have room. I might need a bunch more plates at some point, but I think I can afford to run concrete kind of in the middle of the facility here somewhere. This is copper wire, or copper, and then that's cable, copper sheets. So as long as I start it somewhere in the middle here, maybe I'll start like right opposite what I'm doing here with this. So I'll do a left in out. We'll kind of do it backwards. So smelter, 8x, left in out. And right now I have my inputs centered for these, which I guess it doesn't matter over here. So maybe I'll do that. I've got one clear thing that runs the whole way. I haven't heard any more beepings. Maybe it's just my train honking. I'm hearing things. That happens sometimes too. Yeah, so if I run this here, move it. I can't quite fit it there. Just trying to get things to line up pretty. I think I'm gonna start it offset by one backwards. Nah, I liked it where it was. Oh, I'm being picky over the silliest things. It doesn't actually matter much. Centered? Good. Okay. So, although it's not smelters, is it? Oh, we're doing it wrong. This is actually a whole different recipe. This is constructors to make concrete, which changes things slightly in my mind. Left in, out. I want it to line up right on this one here. Centered. And on that line there. Yes, yes. Looks good. And then I have no idea how much concrete I need. Let me be frustrated with myself because I just put those down backwards. Nope, I put them down right. I don't know how many of these I'm going to need, but I'm going to do 2. So, constructor left in, out. All lined up. How do I not? Oh, there's my power. I was like, how do I not have power? Put those to each other, and then I'm going to run a power across between these 2 poles. And then let's get this set up for concrete. 45 per minute. I'm going to have way more production than I'm bringing limestone into this base, aren't I? Like I said, be 45, 90, 180. Oh no, we need more than 4, so I'll take it. I can't seem to bring out the belt right now. I don't know, I'm in some weird mode, but my hotkeys doesn't seem to be working. Okay. Blueprints, dimensional storage. We are gonna do the standard storage here. Nope, forward. Something is goofed up with the controls here, because I could normally push 3 to use my toolbar, and I'm not able to do that. I don't know why. Put that away. Yeah, well, the 3 keys, not 1, 2, 3, 9 number keys aren't working to get stuff out. It's making building very difficult. So that'll get the concrete moving, and then how am I going to do this? I'm gonna come in here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, my keyboard's working, so that's not the problem. But, oh, there, now it's working. Okay. Who knows? So how am I gonna get my concrete over here from, is it down below? It's down below. I think we're gonna just run it up through the floor from right here. I've got to move the blueprint mode. That's not helping. I'm going to move this over. Like that. And then we're going to run the limestone straight on into this. These are all set up, right? Yep. And so I can put all the excess concrete here. Let's go figure this out. Does that give me enough room? No. The whole goal here was not to block the copper by starting here, but then my output is right there, and I'm blocking the copper. Oh my goodness. Alright, we're going to tear it down now, rather than later when it's a problem. because I know at some point I'm going to need more copper. So let me just expand this before I worry about it. Blueprints, smelter, am I doing left in, left out for this side? I am. Does that look the same? It does. Okay, there's that one. And that should get me to a full belt? Question mark? They're not even lined up right, are they? Hang on, I gotta come back here. I don't want to have to count, though. Just want to see how lined up they are. Yeah, I think there's 2. I think it's 2 extra that I need to set up. Yep. Smelter 8, left in, left out. And then, I probably had another recipe I could have used. That's okay. Trying to figure out this filter thing so I don't destroy half the stuff here. Oh, that's right, our smelter recipe is all messed up. Let's get rid of the constructors. Alright, we're going to be better off for getting this set up now in the long run. That going. That going. Okay. Enough with the monkeying around with this stuff. Now we can jump back into left in out constructors. And I want to make sure I'm leaving enough space. If I put this here, I think that's good. And then our dimensional storage depot comes on the other side like this. Do I have enough space? I do, to run my outputs. Okay. I'm happier with this. Which means now I'm bringing in my materials right here. Okay. And I need to hook my power up right like so. And then I'm going to run just one more set of these for good measure because I know we're going to need more of this stuff. My power to that power pole. My belt to that belt. All these seem to be good to go, and this is for making the concrete again. So here we go. Okay. This is going to feel so good once we're done, because we're going to have a whole bunch of automation for stuff that we've kind of sort of had for a while now, but we're going to have it done even better. Now all I got to do is run some limestone over there, and I'm all good with this step. This is one of those situations where it's like I could have probably brought it out the other side. Might have been easier. Oh, I got plenty of space in between them on the rights. Okay. That'll be the new plan. So if I bring this up to the ceiling, facing to the right, I can go straight mode. We'll bring this down the way. For my connector here. Okay, let's hook this up before I forget. That pipe is not exactly in the most convenient of spots, but we'll make do. Allow for some clipping for things like this. It's all up under the ceiling anyway. It's not the end of the world. It's not the best looking, but I don't feel like monkeying with the pipe right now, so the pipe is what I think I would have shrink down. Alright. See some green lights coming on, which means that we've got limestone a-flowing. Limestone there. Limestone here. Just making sure we got some trickling back everywhere. Eventually this will all catch up once we get more limestone being brought in on the train. And then now I need to bring this limestone to somewhere. Let's go figure out where I've got that manufacturing all set up. I don't think I dropped anything through the floor yet to hook it up to. It's right here. This is where I'm bringing in the concrete. All right. So, how did I do this on the other side? Oh, on the other side I brought it from somewhere else. Okay. Well, this one needs to get brought in from down below as well. I don't know what that looks like. Oh, smacked right into the glass there. Which side is that material coming from? That's coming from the right. This one needs to come from the left. So instead of dropping it here, I'm going to drop the hole for it over on this side. We're going to line it up about the same though. And I just want to match height. Right to there. Point it backwards. Gotta get all the way down here, so. I think we'll get our thing brought up to the ceiling, and then I'll know where I need to line up with. Get here, bringing it over. What is it complaining about? Belt is too long by what, 1? Okay. That's okay. Can't believe it's too long. Oh, and then I got it off on the wrong line. I did. this one. Okay, let's try this one more time, folks. This to here. This to there. Let the concrete flow. Now we got to go upstairs and check that we're actually crafting. Based on how much is flowing still through there, I think I've got everything hooked up right. There we go. Yeah, it's using 36 a minute too, so I'm glad we set up so many of those. I forgot that we had additional constructors going. But it's looking good. It's looking good. And then we've got a little bit of that coming out in excess. So I was making the encased beams for something. Let's look at my recipe sheet here again real quick and just see how we're doing. I think we're doing pretty good. Switch this over for a second, get rid of our music. I have been pushing forward for heavy flexible frames, which is a manufactured event. And I now have the encased industrial beams and the steeled frames. Rubber's a thing. And then I'm going to need screws? What? Where's my... I don't see an input for screws. Why is it saying I need screws? Oh, down there. Oh, look at that. That's... Oh, I have screws being made already, though. So I think I have all the materials. So let's jump back into the game. And we're going to set up our manufacturer. Now, manufacturing was supposed to happen up on the next floor up originally, was my thought process. And then we were going to build another floor and have the space elevator above this floor. Now, this has turned into something of a work floor for me. But I am going to come over here. And maybe, because I've got my power towers and everything here, we're going to have to figure out what to do with. Well, maybe I'll just start my manufacturing process off a little bit earlier here. Am I doing 4 away before I start the factories? 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. Let's do this. We need a manufacturer. And I need 1, 2, 3, 4 down before the manufacturer starts. That guy goes there. And I want it to be that my merger, my production line, is going to be centered on this thing. Like that. Okay, and we were making flexible frames, I think. Though I'd really like to not ever use screws again in my life. Oh, wow, these make so much faster, though. Okay, that's why I'm making them this way. It's one of those situations where you spend some time and figure out what recipe you want to do for something, and then you look at it and go, why did I do that? I don't remember. So I'm going to need modular frames, encased industrial beams, rubber, and screws all brought up here. And with the manufacturers, it's going to be a little bit trickier to bring all those resources up and in and run them in a bus that isn't a giant mess. So I'm thinking about this from a height perspective. So if I run this up, well, hang on. If I run a splitter It's not a splitter. And then right behind it, I want to run another material. But I don't want it to clip the splitter. So something like this. Then I would need to run the next one. Over here. So I could continue to do them like this. And then this one would run right there. So let's see how this works. I need a splitters. That one's too far back. Okay. That's what I was worried about. How far was this one then? 1, 2, 3. Okay. So if it's there now, it to be 1, 2, I think that was 3. Don't go away, splitter. You're causing me grief. Okay. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't look like it's in the right spot, but then when you put this on, it is. Okay. Now, all these splitters are set up wrong. What I want to do is have them come in this side. Like that. And then they will go in here. So. And then on the ground level, I can set up my last splitter. Doing the same thing, but I can hug this way a little bit. Question mark. I could probably get away with that, yep. Although, as long as I'm doing it this way, maybe I don't need to quite so cramped. I can just center line that. And do it like this. Now, I should set up a blueprint that does this. However, because we only need one of these for most of the things that I'm going to be manufacturing, I'm going to just leave this one here, and next time I will we'll do that. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm glad I moved that over, because now I have room to bring these up. Still probably going to be in the way a little bit, but that's okay. Bring one there. Need to bring one here. And one there. Yep, that looks good. Okay. I like it. My only problem is I can't, well, maybe I can bring one in there, but it's just too tight. What I'm going to do is move this back off one more. Like so. And then I can, oh, moved it one too far. This way, everything is nice and uniform. Oh, and that actually connects. Look at that, it's almost magical. Four materials coming in to make heavy, flexible frames. All right, let's see if I can find all these materials downstairs now. Rubber should be easy, because I'm just bringing rubber in. And we knew at some point we would need to split this, so let's take this out and put a splitter in right now. And since I'm splitting it right here, maybe we will just do it like this. Okay, now I've got rubber going both ways. Good. It'd help me if I could remember my other materials. One of them is going to be whatever's here. I think one of them is this. Okay. So up we go with this. We're gonna run it right back in this way. I might as well get this one set up the same way. These are both materials that need to come from the back side here. As is this one, so I think that's just coming from right here, right? Okay, one splitter. And then let's just bring that in. Let's not do it that way. Let me see if I bring it in from this side. That gets a nice angle. And then if I bring this one in over here, I get a nice angle. Everything's looking snazzy, folks. What is this one that's not producing a whole lot of anything? That is our reinforced iron plates. Just making sure these are all set up. What are we short on over here? It's idle. Because we didn't hook it up. Always pays to double check once you get the productions going. These are just short on the reinforced iron plates. And I think I'm just realizing now, I think I'm piping the wrong things up here. My bad. This needs screws, not reinforced iron plates. Oh dear. We got ahead of ourselves. Okay. Which one of these is not like the others? This one. Whoops. That's okay. Screws it is. I'm gonna have to fix this belt up here though, aren't I? I hate when I mess up an input. Alright, I think I got them all out. We'll find out. Down to the basement. Here are my screws. Okay, if I need those to come up, and then they're gonna have to go up another level. Well, I can run them through here though. Okay. I need them to come to the upper on the outside. These are screws. Let's see here. I'm going to end up with some clipping the way that I've designed things right now, unfortunately. I'm not super excited about that. want to say I can do that. And then ceiling mount this times 2. Does that line up right? I think it does. All right. And then I just need a floor hole right over here. Is that right on the line? Okay. Then that's going to come straight up the wall to here. And run right into that connection. Those are my screws, so this is going to come... It's down 2. Alright. How many screws a minute am I producing over here right now? 200? 150, 250. Need to make sure this thing is getting enough. Oh, it is not. We're gonna need 400 or 390, but almost 400 screws a minute if we're doing it this way. Okay. Well, let's go double up our screw production. That's why we've set things up the way that we have. Blueprints, we got right in out constructors. Copy, paste, paste. We've managed to remove screws from the majority of our productions at this point. Oh, my keyboard's back to doing that thing where I can't use any of my hotkeys for anything. There we go. Gotta figure out what button I keep pushing to get locked into that mode. Alright, making sure these guys are all making screws. We had a nice healthy backlog of them here, so I'm not too worried about it. They're rocketing out the end now. Should be good to go. Let's check it. Screws are coming in here. And we're good. Use 104 every 16 seconds. So with that set up, what I need to do, last step of any new manufacturing line, is the storage buffer. I'm missing a Mercer sphere? Really? Really? Okay. Surprising. I haven't ran out of Mercer spheres in quite some time. There's got to be some around here, though. Let me do this. There was one close enough for a second there, I thought. It's that way. Fly over here. Can't be too far if I'm picking it up already. Is it like right below me? Can't be above me. There it is. Huh, we've had a Mercer sphere right under our base all this time. That's hilarious. Oh, don't throw rocks at me, please. It's rude.
This EP20 becomes a resident zone.
Okay. Feels like cheating to just hover down there. Take his Mercer Sphere and leave. Oh well, it is what it is. More goodies for us. And now I can place this down. This is one more construction that we are no longer reliant on the old base for. Now, I've got a ton of these in the old base though, so what I want to do when we set up things like this is I'm going to run back and grab them real quick. Bring them out here. My dog is going ballistic outside right now. I don't know what he's barking at. My wife will usually take care of it, but I might get a text saying, "Can you let the dog in?" We're gonna just look at these notifications. Half the time there's somebody standing at the front door. I don't always hear the doorbell with these things on my head. There is somebody at the door, but my wife is talking to him, so I'm gonna ignore it. Oh no, don't fall off the edge. Alright, these heavy modular frames that we've been making them forever in this base, and they've been kind of a pain to set up originally. And they are very resource intensive, and we need a lot of them to make these frames that we're trying to craft right now, so... Yeah, look at all those, that's so beautiful. But that means that this whole setup is no longer producing anything. We're not even bringing raw materials into this base anymore. So over time here, the whole thing is going to become obsolete. But as you can see, we've got doubles of these smart plating and the versatile frames and the, what is this, automated wiring that we're going to be able to seed into our factory to get these components going soon. Now, I didn't get all of my materials trained in just yet that I had hoped I was going to bring over, but I've got the setup to handle them at least. Some of these items might get punted to tomorrow's stream. We did get our drone hub moved to the base though. We'll leave that there. And with this built and running now, this was the last step I think that we needed to start crafting these, what are they called, the fused frames. So I think what we're gonna do is slap a hole in the ground here, and I am going to bring this stuff back down and run it over to our blender. Today's whole goal was about getting our stuff, our manufacturing set up. Oh no. Oh, I can handle this. Hang on, I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna set up one of these pointed out. And then I'm gonna take this over on the backside. Yeah, it works. Same thing, just different. And then this can run all the way down our factory. Oh, I don't know why I'm trying to go so far. You know, it's funny, at the beginning of the game, it felt like you could run a conveyor belt forever. And now that we're in the, I guess we're technically late game now, mid to late game, conveyor belts feel so small. They just don't go very far. It's very frustrating to run them any amount of distance. I'm going to try and run it all the way to the back side of the factory here. Like over here, and then run it down. Let me pause for a moment. Let me go figure out exactly where I'm running it. And I'm realizing there's one other material I'm supposed to be bringing into this thing too. We've been focused on the heavy frames. Oh, aluminum casing. That'll be easy. What did I put down here? Splitters. But I think I've got them facing the wrong way. Or maybe I thought I was going to have stuff coming in from that side of the base, but we're going to go this way and that way. And then I can bring this up to the ceiling like so on both of these. Don't know where exactly I'll bring the aluminum up from, so I'm going to just run this one on the inside. Nice. Okay. One more material getting rocketed over here. Good deal. Oh, I set these up in a way that I'm going to deal with clipping. Guess I don't care. When possible, I like to avoid it, but sometimes it's just easier. Little bit of clipping there. We'll live with it for now. I ran that up to the top, but I think my aluminum's actually being crafted down here. So this is aluminum ingots? No, steel beams. I need aluminum casings built next, so I need to get my constructor left in, left out. And I need enough room to do the same thing here. How much does this actually take? 2.5. Yeah, I think I'm gonna run it on that one. But I need 2.5. I'm gonna need it like that. I think that's right. Of course, I'm not gonna have the thing necessary to do this how I want to do it. I don't have a Mercer Sphere. I'm gonna have to go find one more Mercer Sphere or rob a uploader from something else. I guess I could tear down some of them back at the base. Right, because I don't have a Mercer Sphere. Okay, well let me finish hooking the rest of this up first. So that's gonna come out here. This is gonna come in. I need to bring some aluminum in here. So I've got aluminum ingots and bring in some of them out right here, and then I need to split and bring some over for the other side. So I'm gonna grab this here, put in a splitter. This was running just to the side of the interior line here. So that all the way in. Did I set up all the aluminum casing recipes? I did. Alright, so I've got aluminum ingots in, aluminum casings out. I just need Mercer spheres. Well, let's go grab them, and then we'll be all set up here, which is really exciting. Because I just need to run those up and over to the blenders, and we'll be making stuff. We got about 10 minutes left here, folks, so I'm hoping I can knock this out before then. Smacked right into the glass again. Do a quick UE in the train station here. Trying to think which uploaders I can tear down that are, well, I guess it's all not being used anymore. Anything that I have over in this base, I should just be reconstructing a setup for in the mega base if I run out of it. So I think, because we just tore it down, I'm going to start with aluminum. Ooh, maybe not that aluminum. We'll start with this one, aluminum casings, because that's what I just built. That will get me going. The physics on these vehicles in Satisfactory are a little bit wonky. And I can say that with some certainty since I do game development for a living, and spending my time working on a farming simulation game where you're actually driving the tractors and stuff. I have a little bit of experience with vehicle physics and such. All right, leaving that there, we are looking for the aluminum we just started working on. Aluminum casing. Let's get over there. And then, much like the other materials that I brought away across the top of the ceiling, I think we're going to do the same thing here to get the aluminum casings over there. So this is aluminum casing. And I'll get rid of what I got in the inventory. Over here, I'm going to drop the excess of those. And then up here, I set this up to go up on the ceiling, but realistically, I'm going to be bringing this in from down below. And I should just back this out a little bit so I can have it all line up right. Do it now, and you don't have to worry about it later. So, if I do that, this needs to be here. Question mark. Does that not clip now? Yeah, that doesn't clip now. So I need to do the same thing over here. Is that lined up the same? No. Although I'm just trying to think this through. Guess it doesn't need to be the same as I did the other ones. I'm gonna move this back one. splitter. I'm going to connect that to that. Connect that to that. And this to that. And then back here, I'm going to bring this in a way that I can get it hooked up to my splitter. There's the best spot. That actually hooked up. So that's going to be my aluminum casings, and then we can run my pipe right in between these two. Seven. I'll use the clean pipes. Oh, I set it in the wrong spot. I can't believe it. I got it this time. Let's see. Helps if we pick the right thing to build. That goes to there. That goes to there. Line mark 2. I want to be able to see how full it is on this one. Alright, now I've got gas. I think we're good. I just got to get the aluminum casing over and we're all set. Which I will bring right around the back like I've done over here. Let's get this brought up. Split it. Guess we need these for something else. And then I'll bring out of the front one, maybe. Aluminum casings go all the way to the other end. And we're bringing them up. We're bringing them up, and we're making. We need 75 per minute on each of these. Oof, that is hefty. So I need 150 total a minute. That's okay. We'll figure it out. I don't have a thing for hooking these up to the outputs, but I'm going to just let those craft, and I'm going to go check how many of these we're building, because I suspect I need to double up on my production. Need 150. Oh no, we're making 120 and then another 120. Yeah, we're doing good. Oh, I've got 5 here, actually. No worries. Here I was worried. All right. It's looking good then. We are officially making fused modular frames. It only took us 4 hours to hook all that up. But now that we're making it in the process, we also got several other sub-constructions up and running. We trained a bunch of new resources into our base, and so we are looking at a whole different set of goals for tomorrow's stream. That's good. We need more Phase 4 manufacturing, but in order to do that, I need to get some of these MAM unlocked, so we're going to keep that on there. We have limestone now, so I'm going to knock that one off the list. We're going to get the rest of our resources trucked into here, or trained into the base, and then we're going to just keep building additional sub-assemblies as we go. This one kind of goes without saying, so we're going to take that off of the list. And yeah, we're going to bring the rest of those resources into the base. We're going to start manufacturing the other 3 phase, or I didn't even get into phase 4 manufacturing. We're going to start building the other things necessary to get those milestones unlocked and actually start setting up phase 4 manufacturing, I suppose. However, this has been a wonderful 4-hour stream. I'm streaming every day, Monday through Friday, at this time from noon to 4 p.m. Eastern Time. And I'll be back tomorrow knocking out phase 4 manufacturing finally. Hopefully you enjoyed today's stream. If you have, hit that like button. It does help me out a lot. That's all for today. Keterk out.